Siema. Wczoraj trochę przegiąłem, bo wczoraj żeśmy zrobili transmisję na 14 godzin, teraz nie mogę jej wgrać do YouTube'a. No, także... Tu, 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 tu. No i zapomniałem właśnie, że czasu trzeba pilnować po BS-ie, nie? Nie, gdzie tu mamy czasu? Bo on tam się kurwa gdzieś chowa, nie, gdzie on się chowa? Teraz. A tu jest. O, chowa się. Mamy w ogóle zaciuszek, bo ja nawet nie wiem. Aha. Nie, a ogólnie... No to idę. Goście przyszli, to idę. Jednak nie kończę. Dobra.
Just doesn't add up. Spaceport has anti-Xeno protocols. How the hell does a whole herd of Terramors touch down undetected?
Excuse me?
Yes? What?
Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
It was a mutual agreement, but I suppose you touch on the spirit of it. So, you also know then that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. It won't be.
Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate.
And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval.
The Zealots do not represent House Varun. I am sure there are many within their society who value the same things we do.
Of course, but there is another wrinkle. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. It would at least be a speedier negotiation. But I, of course, hope the ambassador is alive and well. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Ah, the good Ambassador Ratcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable.
It sounds as though I will enjoy this.
Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her.
Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support.
And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code.
Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze.
UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell.
So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen.
Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you. Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. Absolutely do not harm anyone. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over, but I can't make any promises.
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs of embassy life, and someone who very likely hates her guts. All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there.
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Ratcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
schowamy sobie broń może. Tu mamy też granaty, bo przecież przez przypadek mogę je rzucić.
What? Oh, sorry.
Ah, yes. They build a monument to the people they lost, but not the people they killed. I cannot help but notice that the Colony War Memorial is in direct line of sight of this embassy. I suspect that was very much intentional. I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years. I am grateful for our time. Of course, take your time.
Stop in the name of the law!
Jak oni to widzieli?
I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years.
Three-star security, stop running! Don't be stupid! Stop!
You! In violation. Was that?
Error. Biometric key required.
Who's there?
Okay, let's go. Oh, you're leaving.
I cannot, will not be a part of this.
Mm.
I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years.
Czemu tu jest? Strzela jakby?
This area's off limits! You need to leave.
Three-star security! Stop right now!
What was that?
Stop! In the name of the law! Stop in the name of the law!
You!
You're in violation of embassy regs. You're coming with me. Freestar security, stop running! You're leaving the embassy. Okay, let's go. Good. You...
Ale czemu oni mnie
I
widzą?
trust we have learned our lesson.
Czy to przez moda mnie widzą? Czy przez Andreję? Wydaje mi się, że mod psuje. Oni kurwa przez ściany widzą.
My day is sudden. I can do that.
Who's there?
No oni od razu mnie łapią. O co tu kurwa chodzi?
I am grateful for. I can do that.
Patrzmy. Mi się wydaje, że to pick enemy psuje chyba. Bo ja już wielokrotnie widziałem na przykład, że podchodziłem do jakichś budynków i oni kurwa przez ścianę już się na mnie agrowali. To jest. Dobra, zepsuły się ciała.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or
Nie mam pojęcia
conference
czemu,
rooms.
ale dobra.
That means you.
No widzicie, teraz działa. Ale... To się tak... Bez sensu jest ten mod, bo nie da się skradać w takim razie. Hmm. Tak. Same. Nie wiem, czy z sosem zjem. Może zjem z sosem, no. Co tu się teraz stało? No nie działa ten mod, no kurwa mać. Teraz się wkurwię. To jest kurwa. Czemu on się wyłączył? KZA się wziął, wyłączył. No kurwa. Jebany kurwa ten. Hmm. No, wróciły te stroje. Chuj wie czemu się wyłączyły w ogóle. Ja ich nie wyłączałem, kurwa, Starfield se sam je wyłączył. Prawie mi save'a zjebał. No bo włączam tego moda na Peak Enemy Eye. Bo tam gościu nic nie pisze o tym, że nie ma mechaniki skradania. Wręcz przeciwnie, jest mechanika skradania, ale on chyba... No chyba chodzi o to, że to naprawdę się skradać, a nie, że se chodzę tak jak ja. Właśnie tym chodzeniem, tak jak ja se chodzę, to chyba oni mnie wykrywają. Zaraz to sprawdzimy.
My day is suddenly... Of course, take your time.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room. That means you.
No, widzicie? Które mnie nie słyszą. Ten podsłuch będzie. Aha. Czyli to jest faktycznie jej kwatera.
What are you doing in here?
Sorry, everyone's a little on edge after the attack.
I am grateful for our time together. You lead. I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right. Excuse me. A less level-headed person might think that was a threat, Captain.
We are merely stating the obvious. If you are threatened by that, perhaps you should do something about it. Like, help us.
And just give the UC free run of the archives? I may as well resign right now. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time, and yours, and go? No, Captain, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. What you experienced down there at the spaceport, I've lived that once before already. Fought tooth and nail as aliens rampaged in the streets of my home and others all throughout the collective. But my aliens were placed there by UC hands. So I'm not interested in anyone getting power like that ever again. The UC most of all. You have my answer. Now please take the hint. You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. A ranger serving the cause of the colonies. You must really believe in this little endeavor.
I suppose you're right. Our job and our responsibility. It's possible I might be letting my history cloud my judgment. Possibly. Well, Captain, you make some good points. But if I'm really granting you access, I'm gonna need the following concessions. Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once, you get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight. Freestar scientists will watch your people like hawks. So, do we have an agreement? Excellent. Follow me. They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess. People often mistake rivals for enemies. We don't have to like each other to do the right thing. Trust must be earned, so we'll let the UC earn it.
Easy peasy.
How can I help you? Of course, of course.
Ale nic się nie zmienia. Aha. Nie wiem, czy tak ma być?
Enhance will be here anytime you'd like a different look. All of our services?
Ale mi się wydaje, że tylko w edytorze jest skopane coś. What? Tak, w edytorze jest skopane, bo teraz się zastosowało. Nie mam pojęcia, jakim cudem w ogóle to jest jako muskularna, no ale dobra.
Come back anytime. Enhance is here. Okay. If you'd ever like to make a change, we're up to the task. You look... Of course, of course. Come back anytime.
Nie wiem, czy coś się zmienia, szczerze powiedziawszy.
The lives of nearly every individual in the settled systems are so heavily influenced by what goes on in this building.
Dobra, tam trzeba będzie się postrzelać trochę. Aha, to broń wyciągniemy szybko. Chcę coś zjeść. Dobra, jestem. Ogólnie to podejrzewam, że dostanę tutaj te ostro. Czemu ona ma niebieski laser na tym, jak to jest? Mam tą samą broń i ja mam żółty laser. Gdzie to jest? A niebieski laser mam na broni energetycznej. Dziwne, że tu nie mam laseru, no ale dobra.
It is so strange that now, for all reasons, is my first time inside this place. It's been a very long time since I have seen one of these trees. My people would be proud to know it thrives. Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers.
O kurwa.
We are a very effective team, are we not?
Gdzie on kurwa poleciał? Ale to jest straszny syf. patrzcie, jak łatwo to przeoczyć, nie? Nawet kurwa z tym modem łatwo to przeoczyć, ja muszę to przestawić. No, zmieniło kolor na purpurowy, widzicie? Czyli wchodzę i od razu wiem, że coś nie jest przeczytane.
Profit is never necessarily the aim, but there is something important.
O kurwa. Aha, trzeba będzie tam jednak. Czemu część robotów jest rozwalona.
Bring it.
should move on, if there's nothing worth taking.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss. Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Eh? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge, and then silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand? I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were, then, hmm? Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the Venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared? Yeah, more time could be spent tidying, I suppose, but I entertained so few guests. And fewer welcome ones. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you and your friend here.
You need not maintain the facade, Kasryk. She knows who I am. Who I actually am.
Quite the breach in protocol, Andreja. Something I look forward to discussing further. Once we've established why it is you to have come waltzing through my door uninvited. Now, the broadcast earlier spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy. With little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
You have my word as well, and you know that you can trust me.
Well then, I shall not fear. Please, follow me. Let's hope it's still... works. And there.
Nie wiem, czy można ukraść z tej skrzynki, więc to zapiszę.
Let it be used for good. I will not have House Varun be known only for slaughter. It is perhaps not my place to say. She has her own calling, as I have mine, but I assume that she, like most of our observers, was instructed to keep her history private. I would not even know of her myself were it not for the urgent need to pass on communications a year ago. She must trust you a great deal to have told you. I suggest you keep it to yourself, for both of your sakes. The affairs of House Varun are our own. They left. That is all there is to be said on the subject. It was tolerable, even pleasant, when my brethren were here in the embassy with me. We remade this place as best we could into a home we all would recognize. Our native flora, our iconography, our connection to the serpent, they came with us. With my brethren gone, it has been trying. But the Great Serpent has always provided me a path in my darkest moments. House Varun committed itself to the armistice. This was said at the time to be the desire of the Great Serpent, and I I do not believe the serpent decides such things on a whim. So, when my brethren left, I remained, honoring the serpent's will as I saw fit, as is the right of all his followers. The great serpent is so much more than a god. It is fate itself. When our founder, Jinan Varun, left the United Colonies 140 years ago for distant stars, it was the serpent that compelled him to found his now great house. The serpent made us who we are today. Its voice speaks to us, shepherding us through the dark, and infuses our lives with the meaning the universe so often fails to provide.
Karta dostępu do rodu Warum. Ciekawe. Do magazynu.
Expertly done. Let us see what was being protected.
A gdzie jest magazyn Warum? Tutaj. Ale tu widzę, że coś fajnego. To jest skafander. Skafander Warum.
My day is suddenly... What have you got for me? Take care, love.
Plecaka nie będzie ich hełmu, nie? Połączymy się z Emilką, SSS Emilii. A pierdolety sobie pozrzucajmy tam. Co to jest? Czy operatywne, nie wiem o co chodzi. Mamy tu jakiś hełm, który mogę jej dać? Confused. Dobra, idziemy. A co jest na pierwszym piętrze? Aha, nic.
On the record?
Czekajcie, weźmy sobie, no... Gdzie jest dział testów? Tu.
We're on the cutting edge of technology here. It's an exciting place to be. There are so many different groups across the settled systems, it's hard to keep up with all the...
Nie mają tego? Do rusznikarskiego?
May I help you?
Serio? Nie mają? Chciałem sobie broń zmodyfikować jeszcze, ale... No dobra.
Howdy.
Captain. Oh, wait. Did you actually see? You saved him. You Vanguard really do take that above and beyond things? And now, I've already arranged... when you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Matt. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Addie?
Hello.
I found an old Earth book the other day. I swear to God.
archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Is there a lock you cannot defeat?
Excuse me.
E,
Please, place your code into the receptacle.
You may proceed, Captain.
There you are. Captain?
Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Yeah. O. No właśnie mam coś przeciwko.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. You're carrying the most comprehensive collection of information on terramorphs in the known universe. If we can't pry an answer out of there, certainly doesn't mean it's going to be easy. But we're not gonna know until Percival and I dig in, so whenever you're ready. Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Okay. Hello.
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city. He said, top minds were on it. Sure hope they know what they're doing.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or might become a citizen. Once you earn your place in the United Colonies, it's yours. Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation.
We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property.
Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position.
Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name.
So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? I understand this puts you in a strange position, but this information is too sensitive to share without your agreement. Can I count on you to keep this between just you and I? I'm sorry to hear that, Captain. Unfortunately, this isn't negotiable. When you change your mind, I'll be here. So then, can I trust you not to speak of anything you're about to learn? We'd never even consider this something normally. Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
Czemu to połowa rzeczy jest po angielsku? Nie rozumiem tego. Weź wortek i zobaczyć, o co chodzi. A bo to się tu włączyło. LOL. Pending deployment. Czekaj. Co tu jest napisane? Maciejek. Maciejek. Jadłeś i co? Leżysz brzuchem do góry, tak? Brzuchem do góry leży Maciejek.
Are we at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets?
O! A są jakieś fajne skafandry.
I hope you can succeed at that before we are discovered.
Ten nasz zszedł.
You're cleared for entrance.
Kurwa, strażnik przyszedł.
Yeah?
So your concept of ownership is fluid.
Logging authorized entry. Unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
Very well, I will wait. You go on.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat. President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need, which is why I hoped we could speak. Not quite. I'm Francois Sanon, but most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War, but the previous regime, a sacrifice, even my death. Captain, please. There are no clean hands in Galactic, which, right now, means finding a way to protect the United Colonies. An effort you and my progeny, Hadrian, have already made impressive progress on. And I'd like to, though I am... Has she shared with you the nature of our... Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. Our relationship has always been a challenge. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial, and I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish. I'd ask you at least hear me out. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios, with quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed the names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange... One task. That's all I require. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colonies' more if it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued, but I finally found him. I want you to track him down. I'm not expecting he'll bring me evidence that the job's done. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine, and this might be... You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship. If that's what you require to sleep at night. So, according to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria. There's a star station in the vicinity. The Den. The head of the local van.
Powiem wam tak. Największa szuja chyba w tej grze to jest. Za tymi wszystkimi atakami teromorfów będzie stać ten człowiek. Nie mam żadnego pojęcia, jak on to robił, siedząc zamknięty w szkle. Ale pamiętam, że jeżeli tego doktorka zabiję, to stracę jedyną możliwość na to.
I would move the stars for you. Yes, let's.
Bo on chce mnie właśnie zmusić do tego, żeby zabić tego doktorka. Bo to potem dowody znikną, jakiekolwiek. Idziemy zapytać się tej naszej pobitki.
Yes?
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to... Captain, please, keep your voice down.
The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era.
But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns of it. Do I make myself clear?
No, they really shouldn't. And bringing up what you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep this... Now, was there something in part...
Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question. But bringing him to justice... He's been on the list.
That'd be a huge win for the UC. Allowing you to kill someone on behalf of the prisoner? Absolutely not. But taking the chance to bring a known criminal to justice? Well, the old man's been right more than a few times in the past. So, what's being put on the table here?
Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every Now, was there anything else you wanted to The Den? It's a star station. Orbiting Wolf. The second. The first one was blown to smither... The place is always... But, because... I can think of worse places.
Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake. But I don't think you need to be too This is far from the first name he's handed over in all previous missions.
So while I'd certainly warrant caution, I think you... Then I'll bid you good day.
W waszej piwnicy żyje zbrodniarz wojenny. Jak tam wyglądamy czasowo z transmisją? Tylko 2 godziny? Czy? No prawie 3 godziny, to malutko. Dobra, idziemy na statek. Tu nie mogłem iść do NATO. Niepotrzebnie tu zjechałem, kurwa.
Hiya, Skipper. What do you need?
Hey, you're back. Good to see you again. Hello. Any news to share?
Do you need something?
Hi. How are you? Ah, there you are.
I hope that
To jest losowe.
proves beneficial.
How are you?
Anything I can help with?
It's nice to see you.
What's good, Captain?
Howdy, Skipper.
Got some new orders for me?
What's the good word, Chief?
Good to see you again.
How are you today?
Yeah, boss?
Need a hand with something?
It's always a good day when we get to chat.
Hmm.
Hello.
Good to see
Dodamy
you.
sobie od razu kontrabandę. I dałem ze strój. A, ona na swój wróciła chyba.
There is no one I would rather. Come back to me soon, dearest. You need something, dearest? A good team always. I am so grateful for you.
Marquez is all right, I guess. She's gonna be lucky to have me.
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC's...
Oh, apologies, Captain. Didn't...
So, what can I... Think you got some bad information. If there was a wanted man in our skies, he... Unless... Are you talking about the Warlock? There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails. Never. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it. And at least... Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can get... Well, the original dense star station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria, forming a net. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Though, Maybe it's not. I mean, I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told to amuse each other. But if the pilot of the Warlock really has been dusting our people, well, hopefully you're about to make our skies all... Things you should know? The den's not really that kind of place. Keep an eye out for pirates, make sure smuggling's kept to a minimum, occasional rescue job out in the debris fields. Otherwise, it's mostly... Sure thing. Here. This should get you pointed in the right direction. Good hunting.
No, tak jak tutaj u góry wyskoczył komunikat. Musimy mieć broń IM. No na początku gry totalnie o tym nie wiedziałem i rozjebałem tego Warlocka. Dlatego też właśnie latam z 2 tłumikami, a nie z 2 rakietnicami. Bo nigdy nie wiadomo, kiedy trzeba będzie zrobić abordaż. Ale fajnie wygląda z boku. O kurwa, tam mina była.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting. But I am dissatisfied with the results.
LOL. Zabił się.
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind. How quickly can you get that done?
Captain, do you require my assistance?
Hello, love. Need to see what I... I will be here for you, as always.
What can I do for you, boss? Hey, Captain.
Wziął, zabił, kurwa. No, trzeba będzie podładować mikrofon. Dobra. Lepiej.
uninhabited colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Kurwa.
Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Nie zdążyłem.
I think I prefer the wild planets to this city. If we stay there, the predator.
No co?
Hello, Captain.
Authorized personnel only.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some... So he didn't come quietly then? As... I'd say it'd be a waste of your and Hadrian's time to have to track down the research team on your own. Surely you found something. Excellent. Please, deposit it in the...
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Cap. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battle. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war. So I would arm you, and I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols. You're saving the galaxy, Captain. What tool?
Authorized personnel only.
I am grateful for our time. I'm with you.
done?
Hey.
If you see a violation, it's your duty to say something. I was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen? It should. You risked life and limb to earn it.
You've certainly earned it.
But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them. Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Aceles. Something I'd love to learn more about, if we had the people to look into it. That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser? That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them? That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them? No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death? My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive? I'm sure they did. They invested so much in him over the years.
Even grew him an entire family he didn't want.
Victus. Alive? After all this time? So his execution was what? A lie? A cover-up? Incredible. Just incredible.
I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited. You've got nothing to apologize for. Because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now? It's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I, we're getting to change what the UC stands for. So I don't care if Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better. Precisely. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. So, let's get back to the business at hand. Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. But, if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser? I'm honestly not sure what his endgame might be. Involving himself in preventing terramorph attacks after all the damage he's done? Something doesn't add up. But he clearly understands how valuable it'd be to have Kaiser involved in this endeavor. So, I still think it'd be worth looking into. If you're willing. I think it's the right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things. I know it's here somewhere. Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine? Military Model A. Customized him myself for when the Xenoweapons team needed to make field runs. Part combat bot, part lab facility. Getting him back from wherever he may be will make our outside work a whole hell of a lot easier. A battlefield? On Nira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Nira was destination #1 for Xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any. Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the Terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require highly specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates. And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
My favorite person.
Już tam byłem, więc możemy się tepnąć. Pamiętam za pierwszym razem jak grałem, to tutaj były całkiem problematyczne stworzonka. Zobaczymy jak sobie teraz poradzę.
Every world with living things. Such pleasure.
O, cię popiję, jak skoczył.
Impossible to
Jebany cel.
imagine what this looked like before the colony war. What a waste.
No chodź.
It's good that something of value can come from those old mechs.
Czemu on biega i strzela? Pytanie, do kogo on strzela? No, on się poszedł napierdalać z tymi rynami. No. Dobra, uważaj na siebie. Zajebała go syrena, kurwa! Chyba sam wstanie. O, imbecylu wyskoczyli na syreny.
Are you prepared to die?
O, wstał.
In need of materials? Or just here to have a drink and enjoy the view? Kaiser? No bother. What can I do for you? Kaiser? Oh, unless you mean... At least that's what we've all been calling him. No clue what his actual designation is, since he's got... But he's a combat bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there. His white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. That's where I recognize that insignia. Red Devils. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own. Maybe you find him. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a hole, going rate's a little steep, but... Suit yourself. South Dock's a good place to find your bearings before heading in. And if you...
You cannot beat me!
Ja wiem, gdzie jest Kaiser.
still hard to believe. You're not walking out of here. Do the best you can do.
Voice controls unlocked. Attempting to resume. Attempting to error. Power level insufficient. Battery required. Type microcell. Inquire at salvage yard.
Is that for selling later or personal use?
A ja mam ten akumulator?
systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside. Weapon disarmament. High risk. So I will ask you. Major Sanon will, although previous attempts to disarm the weapon, additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place. My mission is the disarmament of Unit XW-99. Designation, Siren. Nearest 99 has proven a far more formidable adversary than its people. Correct. Unit 99 is a Siren, a deadly biological specimen deployed to Nera during the colony war. Execution of said specimens is the standard method of xeno-weapon disarmament. Technically, yes. All xeno-weapons have a control interface, which allows them to be given orders. If Unit 99 were to be subdued, I could wipe its interface. This would prevent Unit 99 from ever being used as a weapon again. That would be technically sufficient for the parameters of my mission. However, it is my personal assessment that Nera would be better off with Unit 99 terminated. Species designation, Secusa lantanus. Top speed, 78 kilometers per hour. During the colony war, handling of Unit 99 and its peers were among my personal duties. Deploy Unit 99. Defend Unit 99 against hostile forces. But above all, ensure Unit 99 was never used against non-combatants. When I was separated from the Xeno warfare team with the Armistice, Unit 99 and its broodmates remained here, causing many non-combatant deaths. So I am here to correct my mistake. I have nearly succeeded in some. Follow me. Mind your step. As you have no doubt witnessed, this region, probable threat detected. Damage.
Gdzie jest Andrea?
Power. I'm glad it is in your hands.
O, tam.
Search protocols triggered. Beginning scan.
You can't hope to win. You cannot beat me.
It will take more than that.
Are you prepared to die?
Mamy z Astra, się kurwa chowa. No serio? Zabiliśmy tą 9-9. Tam ją kurwa zabiłeś nawet.
Attention. Possible threat in area.
O Boże, Kaiser, ogarnij dupę, ona już nie żyje.
I am detecting Unit 99. But there is a complication. It would appear Unit 99 has been disarmed. Can you confirm? Scans affirm your claim. Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sanan is involved? A plague of terramorph attacks. That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
What is it that is said about one man's junk? There is so much junk. It is difficult to recall how that goes.
Naładował się ten, bo tak klawiatura świruje. Ej, mam pomysła. A mianowicie, przecież ta klawiatura jebana moja, głupia pizda. On się nawet teraz nie chce świecić, wie czemu. Ona ogólnie ma Bluetootha przecież. Więc mogę ją spróbować podłączyć po Bluetoothie. Jakby nie chce się połączyć chyba. Hmm. Może faktycznie jest uszkodzona? Nie no, ja ją widzę, nie? Black Widow Mini mi się pojawia na iPhone'ie, więc... Hmm. Zaświeci ze sobą? Czy ja mogę zmienić nazwy broni? To bym sobie je ponazywał. Mogę. Trzeba się trochę pospać.
Last night was
Serio.
enlightening. I hope to learn more next time.
Ready for liftoff.
This is UC Security. Prepare to be scanned for contraband. And we're done.
No indigenous life signs.
Inside the facility.
One less thing to worry about, I suppose.
I can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, Kaiser. Shouldn't take us long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Percival will give you the full story.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion. Where are we going?
Londinian.
Londinian, Doctor. I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So the problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option. But what if we could let something else do the work for us? Come on, I'll walk you through what we're thinking. You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asylees? Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asylees were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see, what we're proposing is bringing them back. We create populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course. Using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using, well, using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the Asylees' hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them,
and put an end to the Terramorph problem definitively. Well, there is another option. It'd be faster, maybe even more effective. But it's got its own risks. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with Terramorph DNA for us. Which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees. Percival assures me that they're minimal. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, so that they stick to the task of cleaning up Terramorphs. But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie. Well, that's still not 100%. But it sounds like the Vanguard will actually be picking up a fair bit of it. But there's no sense in hammering down those sorts of details before we've made a decision on which route we're taking. Well, so that's tricky. Both plans are going to take major investments in time and resources. We're talking years of work, not to mention some highly specialized materials. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Asylees gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes' tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinian. It's certainly not encouraged, but the UC's given their sign-off for this excursion. This trip is all above board. It was the central hub for Asylees processing during the Colony War. But, and this part's exciting, the Terramorph data suggests Asylees were first found there. The planet it's on, Toliman II, was their homeworld. Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the Terramorphs, came from that same world. Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the Terramorph source world. The Asylees were too damn effective at cleaning them up. Additionally, it explains why once the Asylees were gone, the outbreak there was so catastrophic. Londinian could very well be where the Terramorph saga began. And the key to its end. Exactly what I was hoping to hear. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinian's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinian, it belongs to the Terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but I'd make sure you've got your favorite arms on hand.
Yes? What?
Pardon. I sincerely hope there is adequate security for this facility.
Can't do the job without the right tools.
I hope that we
I
have
have
not
the tools
ultimately
for the
made a
job.
mistake in resurrecting this place.
Goddamn planet. You romanticize a place when you're away from it for long enough, but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now you, what do you need? You project personnel? Supplies are for project personnel only. it's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard. It sounds like you two really... My sister's kids live in the city. So, don't think it's a controversial belief that the UC should spend its money on its own people first, rather than doling out credits to pilots from God knows where. But, considering the evidence before me, I guess the program's not a total... So, what you did for New Atlantis? Of course. Consider yourself verified. Here's what I've got in...
Broń jest Allied chyba? Czy nie? Nie, ta jest Allied. Potrzebuję broni. A bronię mam. Uj.
Pardon? Excuse me.
is off limits. You were advised to jump to safe harbor immediately. Critical mission? Oh, you're with the collection team, aren't you? Fine. We'll send word you're on your way down. You're cleared to land.
Let us see what wonders of life this planet boasts.
Captain, greetings. I have no objections.
Inside the barriers, double time! Casino unit, you head to command, far end of the compound.
If you have to wear it, might as well fit it to your liking.
Lol, chłop tak tam obok napierdala. O proszę.
Shame we cannot just break it open.
I pride myself on knowing everyone on this world, and I don't know you. You're with the collection team then, I presume. Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser. Deflection. Lovely. Nervous then? I certainly wouldn't blame you. Well, perhaps I'll just get my answer from them instead.
Commander Hatum,
No need for introductions, Major Simon. Dr. Walker, your reputations precede you. Can I also presume she's with you?
Oh, the captain? Yes, ma'am. Couldn't do this without her.
Then let's not waste any more time. Now, Londinium is one of the most dangerous places in the Milky Way. It's with good reason my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the city. Terramorphs are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when Major Sinan's father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth. As such, we'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot. Every tool you could need to succeed at, except one. Once you're on the other side of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other? We'll do our best. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory, base of the tower just outside. And I do believe there's someone waiting for you there, Captain. Now, once you're outside the base, it's my personal suggestion you make a beeline to the nearby Aceles plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else. I hope you all find what you're looking for. Robot, you're coming with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commander. Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower?
Should only take a few minutes. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here.
Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field.
Pinpoint's a bit strong.
The equipment will be able to get us a rough location of any acceptable samples in the scan area. It'll be up to you, Kaiser, and I to find the things. All right. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city.
Personally, I like extra room at the joints for increased range of movement. Word of advice while you're out there. Don't trust them.
Okay. Hello.
description. The Vanguard captain? The cap made sure you had the best tools for the task at hand.
Don't go. To the city much? Never for long. Too risky. Set on your gear? Are you ready to do this? Then let's get this Kaiser. Percival, everything green on your ends?
I am ready.
Personal comm should be routed through Kaiser now. You copy that?
Roger, loud and clear.
Perhaps too loud.
Oh, you're a riot robot.
Kaiser, kick it off.
Unlock code transmitted. You may open the gate when ready.
Alright. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep.
Shit.
Got one. A Sealy's. Not far. Old shipping yard just past the processing plant. Gene samples are probably in one of the containers.
enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
Yes, they're faint, but I'm detecting multiple valid signatures. I have restored power to the containers.
Jackpot! Get down there and collect as many as you can.
I hope this is worth the effort.
Without corporeal damage is astounding. Our fragile body was not designed to take impacts like that. Collected.
All right. Now hand those over to Kaiser, and let's get out of here.
Samples secure.
Nice work. Now, earlier scan picked up a valid terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks like it got blasted when the port did.
There are steam tunnels under the city, which will allow us to access the spaceport.
What do you... That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
I am not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
Then we've got our answer.
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
And no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinium. Real marvel.
Potential to interrupt my internal processes.
All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm? What's that? My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only... What's happening? Captain, have you seen this?
leeches are terramorphs.
But heat leeches infest every settlement, every corner of the settled systems. That means that every single one... Oh no.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind. That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform. We just found out how terramorphs move between planets. What are heat leeches? They're one of the most successful pests in the known universe. Tough as titanium, they sneak onto planets by hiding in ship engines, build nests on anything that puts out warmth, animate or otherwise, and make more leeches. But I guess what they're actually doing with all that energy they've been siphoning is fueling one hell of a transformation. Which explains how something as big as a terramorph has been spreading between worlds with no one noticing. Until now. No, Lazarus plants can't grow anywhere but here, let alone blossom. People have tried. Plus, if what we just witnessed was happening anywhere else, well, it wouldn't just be Londinian lost to these things. What we just saw, it must be some kind of alternate growth method. One that winnows 70 years of maturation into seconds. It's incredible. That I don't have an answer for right now. But if they share a genome, like most nymphs and adults do, the microbe should have no problem dealing with heat leeches and terramorphs. The Asylees we'll have to look into. But given what we know about the creatures, I wouldn't be shocked to find that they've got an appetite for both. I am sincerely inclined to agree, but current evidence suggests nature manages it just fine. The Lazarus plant. It's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, could someone have set that up? But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it!
We may proceed.
Go!
To the bottom of this. First of all, Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Captain, let Kaiser take a look at that sample.
Beginning analysis. It is a match. This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here?
Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant in action.
I wonder where they could have gotten such an idea. Deploying alien life forms as weapons.
I wouldn't be shocked to find out our team, in part, inspired the approach. But our group never dealt with something that could have an effect like this. Makes some sense, actually. Tau Ceti was likely their first test. Someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis, would be a success. And the timing of that one. It couldn't have been just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the Terramorphs. These attacks. I think someone planned them to set all this in motion. It can't. At least, I didn't think it could. But maybe if we're right about this, someone found a way. They certainly were. But having this answer, well, it raises a couple big questions. Who could pull something like this off? And why?
Let's save the discussion for when you all aren't standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more Terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that. Kaiser?
The entrance is this way.
White Serpent favors me to have put you in my path.
I am unable to provide sufficient power to the lock mechanism.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
Local power looks like it was controlled in the security office. Upper floor.
Captain and I can scout it out. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open.
Roger that. I have restored power to the office entrance. You may proceed.
There's the control panel. Still looks operable. Of all the...
chance to survive. Captain, I think I see it. In business.
Warning. Emergency recorder message detected. Transcription process engaged. Playback initiated. Admiral Senor, we need to make the evacuation request.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral!
It just transformed. Invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties? Yes, sir.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down
Grab that recording. We should talk. Hey, Victus. He destroyed this place. Killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plant and the Terramorphs and all this a secret. Didn't he? He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. Condemned this whole city to death. He's... No, this was so much worse than that. He's a monster. Yes. Exactly what we all thought he was. Wait. If the plant was used to trigger the attacks, that means Victus. He might have been involved in what happened on New Atlantis. I hate to say it, but I think your instinct about him might have been right. No, your intuition was spot on. Now we just have to figure out what he knew. But I guess we're not getting any more answers right now. Come on, let's go get that last sample. What do I owe this pleasure? Kaiser! Try it now!
Guys, your sample, it moved. I'd be real careful out there if I were you.
Sound good. Eyes peeled. Collecting to do. It's down! It's down! Let's grab that sample and get out of here. Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
Jumping from such a height is dangerous for your endoskeleton.
Look at all of you, back from the underworld. Got pretty frantic on the comms towards the end there, but it sounded like this was a success. Got everything we need to... Ah, best place for them. Now, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there, but do I have it right that Vay Victus knew about this damn plant?
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old Admiral must have told someone what he learned. Even he's not clever enough to pull off an attack like that from the great beyond.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
I'm sorry, what? She's pulling my leg, right? Hadrian?
I don't believe she is.
So that means we have a suspect.
I believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain. Percival and I, we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs. But Vay Victus is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him? See if you can get him to cough up anything he might know. Whatever you can turn up is more than we have now. We'll all meet back at Mast, outside the cabinet chambers. They're gonna want to know everything we've uncovered here. Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him.
The samples are preserved.
I was just thinking about if there's anything you need. Are you sure you must go?
These samples are going to change the galaxy for the better.
increases your chance of survival, I am in favor of making changes. Yes, good to be sure you are getting the best performance out of your weapons. heard of Londonian. Anyone who has spent time in United Colonies space has, of course. Now I understand why the stories persist.
How can I be of service, Captain? Good day, Captain. Captain, it is pleasant to see you. Goodbye, Captain.
Good to be back in our own ship.
Last night, well, all that physical training seems to have paid off. I feared the Great Serpent himself may have needed to avert his eyes at some of what went on last night.
Do you need my help?
This is UC Security. Prepare to be scanned for contraband. Scan complete. You're clear.
I will not aid you in this.
This is UC Security. Prepare to be scanned for contraband. All right.
personnel only. Threat has stayed.
You need something, dearest?
Well, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinian of all places, I presumed you must be onto something big. Did you find what you were looking for? Now, what in the heavens would make you claim something as ludicrous as that? That's quite the claim, Captain. I hate to think what would happen if such a patently untrue statement reached the ears of the Cabinet. Perhaps I can convince you to keep this among us. You know, you're far more clever than I expected. You want to hear the words, then? I did it. The Terramorph attacks on Tau Ceti. New Atlantis. My doing. Years of coordination between my associate and I. Figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinian. Learning to synthesize it. Use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing. You can be more right. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I couldn't risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport, fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's Terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential. Simple to say now, but with the outbreak raging from a barely understood source, the moment demanded quick action. So I did what was required. I removed the dangerous variable from an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision. After all, I'd given everything for the colonies. My life as I knew it included. What did I get in return? Was there any effort by the UC to protect my legacy? My daughter's legacy? No. We were sacrificed when all we did was serve. So I kept what I'd learned and arranged the attacks to set things right again. I become a trusted advisor, having found Kaiser, research team, and cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis. The dear departed Dr. Reginald Orlays, the associate who aided me all these years, and whom I always slated to take the fall. What luck he was stopped dead before he could hurt anyone else. His decades on the run brought to an end by so I used their blind eye to my advantage. Still, establishing the back channel to Orlays via the UC recovery teams was painstaking work. I've led campaigns less nerve-wracking. They believed they were luring in wanted criminals, but were in fact delivering precisely encoded slates, filled with instructions invisible to any but their recipient, dropped off at just the right moments to fall into the proper hands. All without the UC realizing whom you were actually dealing with. Slow work. But as you can see, there are no heroes without a villain. I simply arranged the opportunity for us to overcome one and become the other. And we all benefited. It's why I had Orlays reprogram Kaiser. Had that old machine guide you to where I found the plant all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. I know for a fact the Cabinet's planning to honor both you and Hadrian once this is all done. Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? Running jobs on the tail end of nowhere for the Vanguard? With only the vague hopes of perhaps earning the right to buy a home in the well someday. Something befitting the dedication to the colony. While of course they can't give you a command, responsibility like that has to be earned. The Cabinet does have access to... I expect you'll be quite pleased with the result. And none of it would have happened without mine. I'm simply looking for you to acknowledge the truth. And let's not forget the importance of our actual endgame. Eliminating the terramorphs. Securing knowledge of the Lazarus plant. What we've set in motion is... I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of Orlays' role in the attacks to the Cabinet, leaving out my own involvement. All I ask is that you confirm as much to the Cabinet. Tell them that it was... After all, I do still have a long list of threats to the UC. That is a pity, Captain. But I'm in no position to negotiate. Though we
Perfect time. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the Asylees are both as effective against heat leeches as they...
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those. I already sent along info to the cabinet. So what about your end? Did you find... Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus? I knew it. The second I heard that... Why? It takes some deeply twisted logic to think anything did more harm to the Sanan name than him.
Somehow, after all that has transpired, he still believes himself to be the hero. He created this whole situation just so others would see him the way he sees himself. But all it has done is further expose him for what he really is.
Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything. Exactly. Bring justice to everyone. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do, unless there was more to discuss. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the...
Microbe is gonna make the cleanup a whole lot quicker. If we're concerned about this Lazarus plant getting deployed again, that's the way to go.
The cabinet can secure the Lazarus plant, and then we're not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe.
You're being paranoid. You know the science. You know we can make this safe.
I do know the science. I also know math. And a 1 in a million chance of a mutation isn't 0. So I guess we're still in discussion. Probably best at this point to let the Asylees aren't hostile to humans, but they are megafauna. If someone decides to pick a fight with one, it could get ugly. But they've already been spread far and wide once before when the UC was raising them as livestock, so the risk of introducing them to new worlds is minimal. Using them to clean up the terramorphs and leeches, though, it's not going to be nearly as expedient as the microbe would be. Given what we know now about the Lazarus plant, the speed of the job does matter. But going with the Asylees, we're at least dealing with known risks. It's hard to know. Unlike my father, the cabinet aren't butchers. But killing UC citizens, along with everything else But if you're really that concerned, you could request they be lenient. They are.
Microbe needed minimal adjustment to account for heat leech anatomy.
And the Asylees seem like they're even better at tracking leeches than morphs.
Hell of a sight to watch, though, when they catch them. Like an open airlock guzzling angry spaghetti.
And here we go.
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report, and the second one I just received, it seems the Terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true? The second report claims to know the perpetrator as well. Did Reginald Orlays actually commit these attacks, Captain?
Orlays? It's true, ma'am. I heard the recording myself. My father figured out how to use terramorphs as weapons.
He did what? That's impossible. He doesn't have the kind of access to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin. Madam President, I have been saying for years that not dealing with that man was gonna end in tragedy.
Enough! I hope everyone here understands that what has just been shared is a state secret of the highest order. This information does not leave this room. Now, that's quite the accusation you're leveling, considering Francois Sanon has not left containment for the better part of 2 decades. You have evidence to back this up?
It just transformed. A terramorph out of thin air. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe.
Heavens help us. Is that actually him?
I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Francois.
He knew they could do this, and said nothing.
He's a sociopath. Plain and simple, ma'am.
Officer, please collect that recording.
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, Captain.
We'll, of course, be launching a full investigation into how this could have happened. Though I have little doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he knows on the subject once confronted with that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Good. Combined with everything else you all have uncovered. Well, I don't think the United Colonies can thank you enough. We failed the people of the colonies by not dealing with Vevictus sooner. I intend to rectify that mistake immediately. That's truly disconcerting to hear. But cutting off Vevictus's contact with the outside world is likely to be just the beginning of his punishment. That will be up to the Cabinet to decide. But I don't appreciate our mercy being taken advantage of. It's well past due. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you've brought together here, the Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches, the three of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the Cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the Cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President. Tell the Freestar Collective. Wow. So they have another tool to utilize against us?
I'm in agreement. I fail to see the value here.
Agreed. Any effort to de-escalate the situation should be considered. Being as open as possible would be a valuable move.
That is an interesting idea. A grand gesture to further display this cabinet doesn't think like those of the past.
The observers on Mars have proven such a gesture can bear fruit.
So, you want us to make nice with the Collective by sharing our state secrets?
No, I want us to display plainly the UC's actual intentions, that the plant will never be used as a weapon again.
That does sound worthwhile, Chief Kulkarni. Very well. We'll get the Collective involved in the management. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain. So then, to our final topic. The Cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the Terramorph, and now also Heat Leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
Madam President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The Aseles are the safer approach.
To someone with limited knowledge of biology, perhaps. The technology behind the microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the Terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the Cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation. Major?
We've been having similar debates ourselves, but the Captain has yet to weigh in.
I see. Captain, I know this may not be your area of expertise, but we'd like to know your take on the matter.
Glad to see someone's not afraid of a little applied genetics. The Science Division is in full agreement.
Let us hope this science division truly knows what they are doing.
Grand threats merit grand actions, and grand actions are precisely what our group does.
Order, please. And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
We trust the captain's judgment.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day 1 for the United Colonies Terramorph Management Division, making you 3 the founding members of the TMD. As befits such a group, the Cabinet wanted to display its gratitude. Today, we will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Class 1? For the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
You all have earned it. Now, there's much to be done. Major Sinan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
As for you, Captain, the Vanguard will be providing much of the on-the-ground support for the TMD. As a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander, Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you with assignments going forward, plus help you collect the benefits that come with being named Class 1. On behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
May he never heard of us.
Well, I've got to say, this is a first. I've never had a Class 1 citizen in my ranks before. No need to thank me. You brought this on. I've already gone ahead and processed your Class 1 benefits. All UC goods and services should now have a thanks for protecting the colony, and the credits should be in your accounts. But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay a visit to the Aphelion Realty office. They should be able to... Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know how much they appreciate what you've done. But with all that squared, it's time to get... There are your standard Vanguard missions, putting those pilot skills to use defending. Or you could help the TMD in cleaning up terramorphs. Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Wanted your help collecting biological samples to keep an eye out for any, new alien threats on the horizon. Any of those missions call to you? Sure, he'll have all the specifics. You find yourself looking for more work?
I'm always ready to make a deal. Well, if it isn't the United Colony's newest Class 1 citizen. In fact, the higher-ups want to thank you for your dedicated service by giving... It's a premium penthouse at the top of Mercury Tower. Best location in New...
What do you say? It'll just take a second to get you registered as...
Great!
You're in for a real treat. It's one of my favorite apartments in the...
Okay, you're all set. Your new home's located in
You'll love the place. It has a gorgeous floor plan and
Now that you're an owner, I'm sure I'll be seeing you around town.
Dobra. Na razie kończę.